Okay, hello everyone. I'm Emily, and today I'm going to showcase a speedrun of Blue Reflection Tai. This is on the normal difficulty. I guess I'll just start now. 3, 2, 1, go. So for better or worse, we have like a Blue Reflection cinematic universe going on now. And the whole gimmick of this game is that it's an all-star cast of all the different entries in the series. There's 3 characters from Blue Reflection 1, which was a turn-based RPG similar to this game. And there were 3 characters from Blue Reflection Ray, which is a 24-episode anime. And there are 2 characters from Blue Reflection Sun, which is a mobile gacha game that came out 2 months ago. Here I'm just picking up items and eventually a fight will start. The remaining 4 characters are unique to this game. So the character in the middle with the scythe is Al. She's the protagonist. My route uses her a tiny bit, but she won't be staying around for long. Kokoro is the girl with the sniper rifle here. She's kind of the archetypal glass cannon character, high attack, low defense, and my route will use her a lot. And finally, we have the final character, Reina. She uses a hula hoop. It's amazing. Reina is a bit of a support character. Her attack stat's very low, but she has this very good skill called Brise du Mer, which grants knockdown boost and makes it easier to knock down enemies. So I will use her for the first half of the run. We also have one more party member. She's not usable in combat, but you can do other stuff with her. She's Yuki. I have not finished Sun, but I am not having a lot of fun with the game part of it. This game has a crafting system. It is definitely very simple compared to other Atelier games, but a lot of the progression is tied to crafting specific items, and it's something I need to pay attention to a lot. The premise of this game is that all these characters woke up in this abandoned school building that's completely surrounded by water. And the only thing that's there is this railroad track submerged by water that leads to these other worlds. The representative of each of the characters, like mines. None of the characters have their memories, and they're exploring these other worlds to see if they can get their memories back and also investigate why they're here. Chapter 0 is sort of just a big tutorial. It introduces a lot of the mechanics you'll be using through the entire game. Your party members can give you what are called requests. They're small side quests, and if you complete them, you can get talent points. Those can be used to upgrade your characters. Right now, Yuki has given us a request to get 3 balloon cabbages. You can get items from defeating enemies, but it's much faster to collect items from these little floating orbs that are on the overworld. In terms of crafting, mostly I just need to make sure I have the right materials, and then there's nothing else I need to do. I need to craft the item. So a lot of the randomness is just collecting the right stuff without losing too much time. So I warp back to Yuki and turn in the request. Oh my goodness. The game doesn't let you use gamepad in the background. Currently it's raining and there's a leak in the school building's roof. We're gonna go into this other world here. They're referred to as heartscapes, and collect some materials in order to repair the roof. I want to generally collect a lot of stuff in this heartscape. Primarily lumbers and textiles are helpful. Let's talk about the battle system a little bit. It's an active time battle system. In order to attack, you need to spend ether. Usually attack costs like 1,000 ether. And you can see how much ether each character has on the timeline on the bottom of the screen. Each character has their own like speed at which they generate ether. And when you attack, the speed will increase. Each character has their own bonus that gets applied to the speed, as well as the skill. And that's referred to as ether acceleration. Speed is very important to combat because the faster you're going, the more attacks you can do, the faster enemies die, the better our speed run is. Just politely walk around those guys. Okay, this is gonna do a combat tutorial. These larger enemies can do these special charge attack things. Their first attack will be sort of like a warning. They'll glow red, and then their next move will be really quickly after it. And there's a couple ways to deal this. The game's gonna have me use this thing called Combo Guard, but this isn't the fastest option. But this, it like reduces the damage you take and then prevents your combo from resetting to 0. But I am going to set up a knockdown, which will cancel their charge attack. So first, everyone is going to attack, which will increase their speed. And then I'm going to build up ether. You can store more than 1,000. The numbers are like each in 1,000 increments. So he's going to start his charge attack. And enemies have like a separate health bar, their shield health. If you deplete that shield, they get put in a knockdown state. It completely resets their timeline position and they can't build ether for a little bit. It's very good because it's an offensive option. The trick with knockdowns is if the enemy gets an action, their shield health is completely restored. So it's all about timing your attacks so that you can deplete their shield before they go. Okay, in the second layer, the game is going to introduce stealth missions, which are not great. I'm not allowed to attack, and these enemies will have these little red vision circles around them, like that. If I step in those, I get caught, and I get warped back to the start of the area. It's super slow. Sometimes you just gotta wait. I have this stealth mission, and there are 2 more stealth mission quests I have to do in any percent. In this area, there are 3 key items that I need to collect, and those will be used to craft the leak repair kit for the roof. And I'm on a bit of a cycle here. If you look on the minimap, there's that big enemy, and I need to get around him. Okay, so this guy's vision is pretty huge, and I don't want to get caught by it. I'm going to sneak up right behind him. You get spooked because there's a cutscene for seeing the key item, but it kind of looks like you get caught. It gets me every time, man. Alright, first stealth mission down. All that's left is to craft the leak repair kit. And we're done with chapter 0. In chapter 1, you can complete this hardscape, actually. As far as the progression of this game goes, it's fairly linear. Each chapter, you're given a new hardscape to explore, and you go through each of the rooms, fighting mini-bosses along the way, until you get to the big boss at the end, and once you defeat that, you're done with the chapter. I'm trying to complete a request for Kokoro. Oh, it's gonna put me in a battle. So one thing I should mention, when you use skills to increase your speed, when you hit certain thresholds, you'll what's called change gears. You'll see these numbers next to my character icons. And this means a couple things. The higher gear you're in, the more ether you can store. So right now, a couple of my characters are in gear 3. They can hold 3,000 ether. Another thing, the skills that you have access to are dependent on what gear you're in. Generally, the higher gear you're in, the more damage your attacks are doing, so it's good. And then another thing, if you ever see my characters just transform into these goth costumes, that just means that they hit gear 3. It's nothing special. It looks cool, though. So I'm trying to complete this request for Kokoro. She wants us to collect 3 rainbow corn. And those can be found in this room. I have 1 so far. there was this fog that was blocking the way, and I had to go over here and activate these 2 lanterns in order to progress.
取っておこう。何かに使えそう。大事にしまおう。これ。そうね。よいしょっと。よいしょっと。戦闘開始だね。やってやる。まだまだいけるでしょ。そうで。やっ。よし、私。いつで。見せてあげる。
So there are elements in this game, and your attacks also have them. If you hit an element or an enemy's weakness with the right element, then one thing will happen is that their position in the timeline will slightly bump backwards. And that's very useful because it gives me more time to set up knockdowns. Yeah, there's names for them. I kind of get them mixed up. It's easier to be like, ah yes, the blue damage or the orange damage.
取っておこう。何これ。取っておこう。
I still need another rainbow corn. What do they do to deserve this? I guess I'm gonna have to run back for later. In this layer, I need some diamond fruit. Cool, I got a first spot. Because I need to craft coffee. And one of the problems I'm gonna run into is you can't warp between the different rooms of the Heartscapes yet. And I need to craft the coffee before I get access to that, so if I forget to pick up the diamond fruit, I have to run back here, which is a good, like, minute of time loss. This room is very narrow and cramped, and these enemies accelerate quickly, so you see that I'm attacking into them to start a battle. When you do this, you start with 1000 EP, which you need in order to run away from the battle. So basically, I'm admitting I'm going to get into a fight with this either way. I'm going to proactively get in the fight so I can run away faster. And this takes us to the first boss fight, Atlas's. You can use save file. Like that previous fight, I'm going to set up a knockdown because this guy uses charge attacks. So Reina is using the skill Breeze du Mer. Now Owl will do more damage to the enemy's shield health. I need to heal her before she gets hit by the second attack. Okay, well someone else got attacked instead. And I'm queuing all of my attacks. With Reina's, it should be enough to break. From here, I can kind of just wail on him. and I'm increasing my speed every attack I do, so he won't be able to keep up. Now that Kokoro hit Gear 3, I'm going to use one of her skills, Sparkle Ball. This will give the enemy orange damage weakness. And then Ao is going to switch to using Null, which just has a faster animation. Now I can switch to using Buzzing Pulse, because the enemy's weak to it. And I knocked him down again before he even got another move, so... So Kokoro's like 3 feet away from us, but I'm gonna text message her. Oh, I don't actually have the rainbow corn. I need to go grab that. Will this even trigger? No, I need to craft the thing first. Okay, I have to delay this. Normally I would turn in my request there, and I text messaged her because talking face to face is really slow. You can't skip through the text. Alright, here I am crafting wooden planks. In addition to crafting items, there's a second crafting system called School Development. It's where you craft facilities. There are small buildings that go around the school. And a lot of these progress the story, so you have to craft specific ones. Right now I need to craft the Beachside Cafe. And when I crafted that facility, it caused our next party member, Shiho, to mysteriously appear out of thin air. Right now I'm going to show her around the school. So this introduces one of the mechanics called the date system. You can basically do support conversations with your party members, and you get these long, unskippable cutscenes. They will have 3 dialogue choices in them, and depending on whether you pick the majority of top or bottom of them, you will get a different fragment, which is an item you can equip to your party members, and it usually gives them stats or like a skill or something. There are a couple that are really useful, and I'm going to grab in the early game. By hitting all the top option here, I will get a fragment that increases attack, which is generally good. I'm also going to text Yuki right in front of her face. We are going to take her on a date to the gym.
Let's go!
Well, Yuki isn't a like combat party member. Her support skills or talent skills are very useful because they buff your other party members. Particularly, I have access to ones that increase their starting ether speed by 30. And I'm aiming for those right now. So this will give me some talent points to be able to afford them. I need to craft this Tamagoyaki for a tutorial coming up. And what's funny is this isn't actually going to consume any items. The screen is fake. I'm setting up what's called a unit. You get to pick 4 characters when you craft items, and depending on what you choose, they add certain attributes to your items. It's not very important. I will use this default unit for, like, basically the entire game, except for one part, which I'll point out. And then Shiho wanted us to craft coffee. That is going to give us access to her heartscape. But the problem is that I need to go grab another rainbow corn before I proceed. But this unlocks the navigator wheel, so now I can warp between the different rooms. I can also warp directly to partscapes, which is good. Yeah, already getting time loss from random item pickups. She's in one of the worst spots. Are you over here? Okay. This is the better spot in the courtyard. You have... Or... I took on her date. Oh no. Whatever. I need to do this anyway. But you have to physically talk to the people in order to turn in requests. And if they show up in, like, the courtyard or the back of the school, it's awful because they can be in, like, 3 different places and you just have to run around like a moron. For this date, I am picking the bottom auctions, which will also give a fragment that increases attack. Where did you end up this time? Have to be over here. So yeah, it's much faster to do this when she's in the guaranteed location, but... Do I not? I thought I had 3 rainbow corn. Why is it not giving me the option? Oh, I must have crafted it away. Oh no. Well, we'll get past this. We can agree to disagree. There is a shortage of rainbow corn. The Great Famine. I'm gonna go over the ladder just to mix it up. Alright, we're good. We're free. Problem is, I think she like moves after this cutscene. You over here. Okay. So yeah, like, see, this back of the school spawn is particularly bad. Alright. Freaking... all that trouble. This gives me some talent points. But it also rewards an egg, which I will use to craft a crepe later in the run. Back to our regularly scheduled hardscape. Shiho is primarily a healer. Reina has a heal skill, but it's very bad in comparison. Her primary attack is Yaguruma, which deals purple damage. It's a slow melee attack, which isn't fantastic. But one of the nice properties of it is that its damage will increase with her talent level. So over the course of the run, it will improve. She's another character I will use the entire route. Here, I'm going to do a quick menu. View, support, unlocks the talent skills. What I did is I unlocked the talent skill for Kokoro, which gives her 10 ether speed at the start of battles. And then I unlocked one of Yuki's skills, which gives Shiho 30 ether speed. Characters start with 130 ether speed, and if you add 30 to that, you get 160. The threshold for starting a gear 2 is 150, so right now Shiho is going faster than the other characters. I also want to pick up a lot of items in this hardscape. Particularly, I'm looking for minerals and mineral chunks. They will be used to craft a ton of things in Chapter 7. Which is a ways off, but I need 10 mineral chunks, so it's good to get whatever I can on the way. I also need 6 hot spring water to craft something in Chapter 6. Also, I just want to point out, I really like this area. The nice, like, abandoned railroad that's flooded with water. It's probably one of my favorite hardscapes. This guy's in my way.
よいしょっと。ふう。何かに使えそう。
That invisible wall there always gets me. In previous fights I used knockdown on these bosses, but the game is going to introduce a follow-up to this mechanic. When you get the enemy in knockdown, they're going to spawn these barriers in front of them, and the goal is to attack, which will break the barriers. The character that breaks the last barrier will initiate what's called an infight, where they go on a one-on-one battle with the boss. This plays a little bit like a rhythm game. The boss is going to have these regular attacks, and you don't want to get hit because that will reset your combo counter. So the game gives you two options. You can dodge, and then you can also counter, which has a smaller timing window, but it also doesn't attack. Most of the time I will be using counter. So the general strategy here is to just repeatedly attack, and then right before the enemy goes, I counter and repeat. That also knocks them down, so the next attack doesn't happen. So the key thing here is this is a great way for increasing your combo counter. If you see in the top right screen, there's a X5. That is a literal damage multiplier, which is insane coming from other RPGs where you're like fighting for a 1.25x multiplier or something. Infights will be used during the first half of the run a lot. Alright, this introduces another fun point of item collection. Let's talk about sand. So in order to craft facilities, you need a lot of things like wooden planks and sturdy cloths. Those require stuff like cool sand, which this enemy drops, but this game has a very big flaw. The drop rates for these items are absolute garbage. I think most casual players will go to the first enemy of each Heartscape and fight the enemy over and over again. That enemy has a 15% drop rate. I am instead opting to fight these guys, which have a 40% drop rate, and that is the highest. It's still awful. I'm more likely to not get the item than get it. And I need a lot of cool sand in this run. I think 9, something like that. Did I even get it? Cool, we got... No, that's the one you get from the boss fight, never mind. One key thing I should bring up, when I rearranged my party, I specifically put Shiho in the center slot. When you initiate a battle with an attack, the character in the middle slot is the one that gets 1000 EP to start with, and these enemies are weak to purple damage. So basically I'm giving Shiho a free attack. Zero for 2 so far. Need to collect 3 in this trip. One thing you'll see me do, these enemies are a little bit hard right now, so I'm starting these battles in stealth. If the enemy hasn't seen you yet, you can attack them, and it puts them really close to knockdown, which makes it harder for them to attack. And I'm already kind of like half health, so I don't want to waste time healing.
行きましょう。そうで。はっ。よし、私の番仕掛けます。楽勝楽勝。負ける気がしないよ。
There's our first one. I only need one more.
ズバッと。みんな準備はいい？行きましょう。
Currently, my party is very slow. I'm only grabbing the bare minimum I need to get to later parts of the game where I can kill these enemies faster. Healing's kind of a pain in this game. You can't use like healing skills out of battle, you have to use items. But one trick I can do is warp back to the school, which will full heal my party, and then warp back into the layer I was on. In some layers, you have to fight multiple mini-bosses, and it doesn't work out too well, so that's where using items to heal can be faster, but... Okay, we're free from Cool Sand Jail for now. Just going to wander over here. Fight this guy. You have heal skills, but you can't use them outside of battle. In regards to infights, each character has their own animations, and they each take varying amounts of time, which makes some characters better to use than others. Both Reina and Kokoro are really bad. Also, he just bullied the heck out of me. Unfortunately, Chiho is one of the faster ones to use. Like the last infight, I'm just going to counter his attacks and then attack in the space in between. When you have a 10 combo or you defeat the enemy in the fight, you get these finisher animations. Chiyo's is only 6 seconds long. We're done with cool sand, but now it's time for warm sand. Actually, I gotta start a request first. Yeah, we'll do this one too. Because Reina has a request to kill 5 of a certain type of enemy, and they happen to drop warm sand, so I'm gonna double up. That's not where I want to go. Now these enemies only have the 15% drop rate, but it's worth the gamble, and I literally one-shot them, so it's not too much of a time investment. Yo, we got it! Insane. I need another one, though. Yeah, warp is a really strong element. So I finished the quest, but I still need another warm sand. I'm going to go to the second layer instead and fight these assassin interests, which have a higher drop rate of 40. Cool. In addition to doing errands for them, sometimes their request will involve building a facility. So I'm asking, or Yuki's asking us to build a... Oh, let me do this. I'm gonna check the school building for some item drops real fast. You can get really lucky with some stuff. So there I got a coin, which will give me a coffee later. And then I'm going to turn in that request I did for Reina. Unfortunately, she spawned and... Okay, it's not that far. I wish you could just warp directly to them. But now we're gonna go build that facility. I'm going to safety save. And is everyone ready to break the crafting system a little bit? So this is gonna look a little goofy. I'm just gonna craft this sandwich over and over again. Okay, I got the bonus first try. This just gives you an extra item when you craft stuff. And what I can only think is a bug. This bonus persists. So now I'm gonna craft 1 wooden plank and I will get 2. And you saw how much time I spent getting sand. So if you set this up right, you can craft twice as many items and it cuts down the materials you need by half. It's fantastic. So 4 wooden planks, 4 sturdy claws, and then I'm also going to craft a whole bunch of sandwiches to heal. I should also note that this like double crafting thing only works until you close the crafting screen, and then it will reset. Every time you craft, you only get 1 extra item. So for max efficiency, you want to craft them 1 by 1. But if I'm not setting up the double crafting thing, you can stack them.
頑張れそれとそれよーし
Yes, the Japanese version doesn't have any gameplay changes over English.
これ作ろうわかりましたどれよーしできたこれ作ろう
I think I'm on patch 1.04, which is the latest.
できた何をこれにしよう任せてどれを始めましょうできますこれ作ろう任せといてどれにしよーしでどれに作ろうどれにしましょう始めましょう
I'm crafting a little bit more than I'd need just for marathon safety. 27 should be good. I got a lot of crafting materials. Usually I only get like 20. Okay, so we're done with our big crafting session. Now to make the beach chairs. This will give me talent points for Yuki, but it will also let me go on a date with Yuki to this facility so we get double the talent points. This is an important date because I'm going to select the bottom options, which will give me a fragment that increases your starting ether speed by 10. So characters have 130 base, and Kokoro has a skill that gives her 10 extra. If I give her this fragment, she will get all the way up to 150, and she too can also start at gear 2. Because these are unskippable cutscenes, it's kind of key when I routed this game to minimize the amount that I had to do, because you can lose a lot of time. Like, I think in my old route, I got a fragment from Mio, which required like 5 minutes of dates. I was very surprised after timing that. Okay, going to equip that immediately on Kokoro. And then we shall resume the hardscape. I'm going to warp to the second layer here, and the mini-boss is closer to the back end of the first layer. So if I take this portal here... This upcoming boss is kind of like the point where we're super underleveled and they do a lot of damage, so I need to do something to keep up with the game. They are weak to orange damage, and Kokoro has a skill Buzzing Pulse, but it's only available in Gear 2. So by doing all that, I can have her start at Gear 2 and immediately use it. This will, one, it'll do more damage to the enemies, but it will also slow them down by bouncing them back on the timeline. Help reduce the damage I'm taking. I used the wrong skill anyway. It's fine. You have to menu down. This game's really fun because your menu will change every time you go up a gear. So you have to always be conscious of what you need to press. Reina loses Kuran Marin at Gear 4, which sucks because it's one of her better skills because it's so fast. Warping back to heal.
目的地はと記憶取り戻したいんです。
There's a cutscene trigger. I can walk around if I hug this wall. Ether speed is how much ether you generate per second. Acceleration is when you use skills, your speed will increase by that amount. And each skill has their own ether acceleration value. Some skills have negative ether acceleration, so you can actually go down gears. You need to collect a lot of items, but I think if you're fighting enemies, you might just get them naturally. So I'm going to specifically attack the set Casey here because I have two characters that can do damage they're weak to. Yeah, I would say this game is not very hard to break casually. So I don't think the difficulty is very high. So here I healed Siho and I took Owl out of the party because I need to use Reina for the upcoming boss fight. They're a little harder to knock down, so I need to use Freeze Doomare. In terms of support characters, they'll cast these like buff skills randomly. Owl's kind of the best because she gives you an attack buff. Because they have like a % chance of proccing, it isn't the biggest deal whoever you throw in there. It's just a nice thing to like set and forget, and if it helps you out, then that's cool. First we're just gonna cast Freeze Doomare. And then I'm actually gonna let him attack because I can't get the knockdown before this. It won't kill. The key for this strat to work is I need two characters that start in gear 2. And then, like before, I'm going to use Siho to start the infight. And technically it'd be faster to use Owl for this infight. Her attack animations are crazy fast, and she can sneak in an extra attack, which is enough to kill this guy in the infight. But I'm not going to use Owl for the rest of my route, really. So I don't want to invest into her just for like 20 seconds of time save. Before I start the next hardscape, there's a couple requests I'm going to take care of. We already did the library dates, so I need to do the shoot.
どこへ行こう。
Talent points are useful for unlocking talent skills, but there's other things into play as well with routing. Like certain requests only come available for characters at a certain talent level.
またね。
Oops. Another thing I should mention, usually at the start of each chapter you have to craft something in order to make the... No, I don't want this. Here we go. In order to make the next hardscape appear, so in this case we need to craft the cafe space. I'm moving it over to the right because one of the features of the facility is you can trade coins for coffee, and that'll just reduce travel time. So that made our next party member, Hinako, appear mysteriously out of nowhere. I'm also going to check the school for item spots again. Usually if you get warped to the hallway, it's a good idea. So her request requires going to the broadcast room, which is just over here. And then Shio's request requires going to the library, which is right next to it, so we can get these out of the way very quickly.
ありが
I also need to do a date with Hinako in order to advance the
どこに
story.
行く？
This gives us access to Hinako's hardscape, but before I do that, there are some stealth quests to get out of the way.
青のこと。もっと
First
知り
is
た
the
い
more
な。
challenging of the
出発です
two.
ね
Shio wants to revisit the secret hideout. So again, these guys are blocking the way, and I need to go activate these lanterns over here.
よいしょっと。よいしょ。
It's worth mentioning this is like required. You get a crafting recipe that you need to craft a required facility later. It's, I think, one of the worst stealth missions, although I haven't done all of them. Luckily, I have a small trick up my sleeves. It's actually found by another runner, Sakana. So I'm going to angle all here, and I'm going to save my file. And then load it again. It can be a little finicky. But you see, I just walked right through that enemy's sight range. This is because when you load your file, the game is nice and gives you a couple seconds of invincibility. And then if I get the good cycle, I can just sneak over here, and bam, we're done. This guy, he flipped around enough to see me. Insane. I think I could sneak behind this guy. Yeah. Alright, we have one more in the entire run to complete. That is in Shiho's Heartscape 3rd layer.
目的地はとさあ行こう
This one's pretty straightforward. Just gotta walk around these guys over here. Wow, what the heck? He wasn't even looking at me.
よし
Now the cycle's all wrong. Tragedy. See, when stealth missions go wrong, they go very wrong. I'll wait for him. He's keeping me in line. So the tricky part, I swear the first part isn't tricky. This guy over here is going to walk back and forth, and depending on when I get off this like climbing rope, he can actually catch me right there. So I'm going to delay getting off until he walks out of the way. Now I'm going to hide behind this box.
疲れたそうね
And then I just have to get around this guy. Hope he doesn't snipe me turning around. Oh, corner, please.
よし
Don't catch me. Okay. We're free from stealth mission jail. Into Hinako's Heartscape. Hinako is an interesting character. She has some helpful gimmicks, so I will use her pretty heavily in the first part of the run. The first thing is her starting skill, Shio Moa, gives a lot of ether acceleration, so she can quickly get to Gear 3. In Gear 3, she gets access to skill Reverse Spelier that has a very fast animation, and because it's Gear 3, it's doing a lot of damage. So the appeal of Hinako is that you can just spam that skill over and over again for big damage. See, it's gonna do like half this guy's health.
次はどいや仕掛けますさあ完勝ですやりましたやれるだけ頑張ってみるよしこれが私のいい感じですよしよし
Alright, so I unlocked the 30 ether speed skill from Yuki on Hinako, so now she'll go even faster. And I also gave her all of our good fragments. I also unlocked a skill for Shiho Akebono that allows me to get rid of a status ailment on one of my party members, and there are some crippling status ailments in this game, so that comes in handy. Let me go over here. In this layer, I am looking for a mystical sapling. Yeah, we got it.
強敵だよ。気をつけて。いつでもやれます。そんなことで攻め時だね。
Oh, he hit me with ether slow. Oh, this is not great.
攻め時ね。まだまだいけるでしょ。
Oh, you don't have access to Akebo until gear 3? I don't remember. It's not helpful yet. Yeah, I'm actually just gonna boost her. One of Siho's skills is like Hotski, and so I can use it to like give Hinako 500 ether and make her go faster. Because right now all of my damage is coming from her. In this layer, I need 2 combustible sand. I'm going to use to make a firecracker. Generally, each hardscape has its own type of sand, but some of the later ones start recycling them. So this boss can be a little bit challenging. The Xerneas looking guy, he can cast ether speed up, which makes him go really fast, and it's not really possible to knock him down. So I'm going to go after his little friend, the Sorrowful Persona, instead. I'm going to knockdown boost. And then do 4 attacks on him. I was frames away from getting that sandwich off, which is unfortunate. Whatever, I healed Shio instead. I have a bit of a damage multiplier going right now, so I can kill this guy faster than if I went for him at the start. But he can just do AoE attacks and destroy you. Alright, free. This game is very generous. Even if your party members die, they still get the full amount of experience. Oh, I need to heal. It's not ready to go. Here. Alright, coming up on another mini boss, and this will let me introduce another of Hinako's good gimmicks. when you're in infights, you also get a support skill, and Hinako's lets you, for the next 2 attacks you do, you add 2 to the combo instead of 1, which is very good. It lets you quickly hit the 10x like damage multiplier in an infight and do more damage than any of the other characters. So for the first half of the run, you will see me using Hinako for infights a lot. To start off, I'm going to use the support skill. It has a really fast animation, and then I can just go straight into the counter. We're already at 2, then 4, 6, and it just keeps climbing. The support skill has a bit of a cooldown timer, and you can cast it twice, which is helpful right before the next counter. Oh no, it's fine. He's almost dead anyway. Sometimes you do miss the timings. But because Hinako's finisher animation is longer than Shio's, it's like 10 seconds, a lot of times it's faster to not do the finisher. You have an option to run away from infight battles, and you can just finish it off with normal attacks and skip it. The route used to be a lot more infight heavy, and some of the enemies in this game have very challenging attack, like, counter timings. So that was a good point of the route. In this layer, there will be these sorrowful personas that are guiding the rainbow bridges, and I need to defeat them. Because they're standing still, I can easily get like the stealth battle starter. Just walk up to them. And these guys do a lot of damage. My goal is to just have Hinako attack as much as possible, so I'm going to speed her up with Akatsuki over and over. Reina's just here because it wouldn't be useful to change the party. Even though she doesn't do a lot of damage, her attacks also increase the combo multiplier, so they're not completely worthless. One of the nice things, when you use an item as a support, there's like a little bit of a delay before the item goes off. But when your characters use it, it happens immediately. It like pauses the battle, so you can use it right before you're like moments from death. coming up on the boss fight of this hardscape. It's actually going to be 2 fights back to back. I'm going to do a similar knockdown setup using Breeze du Mer, like I did on the Cyclops.
負けません。攻め時ね。まだまだいけるでしょ。よし、やるよ。はいつでもやります。はっ。当たって。見せてあげていけ。チャンスです。一気に攻めましょう。いつでもやります。当たって。攻め時ね。いけ。よし、やるよ。はっ。任せて。私が支える。そこだ。やっ。決める。やっ。大丈夫ですか。はっ。やっ。まだまだ私が支える。そこだ。やっ。やっ。カゴ。やっ。行くよ。やっ。もっと高く。もっと。フィナーレ。次もこの調子でね。
Basically, we return to the school and we see that there's this crack in the sky from which another boss fight emerges from. And same strat, except I'm gonna wait till this enemy's second attack because he's faster and it's harder to get the knockdown in time.
強敵だよ。気をつけて。言ってやる。まだまだいけるでしょ。よし、やるよ。はっ、見せてあげる。いけ。かけます。当たって。当たって。チャンスです。一気に攻めましょう。攻め時ね。行きましょう。よし、やるよ。やっ。任せて。私が支える。そこだ。はっ。行くよ。まだまだいけるでしょ。はっ。はっ。決める。まだまだいけるでしょ。私が支える。そこだ。決める。行くよ。カゴ。決める。やっ。一気に仕留める。最後は優雅。よし、決める。攻め時で。いつでもやれます。よし、行くよ。次もこの調子で。まこい。
So we noticed that there's another girl here, and we're trying to lure her out, so I need to craft a crepe.
どれを一丁やりますか。できた。
So now we have Yuzu in our group. Unlike all the other characters, you can't like do anything with her. She's just kind of there for the plot. Alright, so here, in order to get the next Heartscape to show up, we need to make a telescope. And currently, I need a crafting recipe before I can do that. So, I have to complete one of Hinako's requests to kill 5 of an enemy.
どれにしようかな。材料は足りてる。はいよ。どれを。
And then I'm also crafting these firecrackers. This will complete a request for Yuki and give her more talent points.
よし。
Oh, I'm supposed to do this first. Taking Kokoro on another date to Gem, which will give another fragment that increases attack power. Long term, I'm looking to get Kokoro to talent level 5. So like before, it's time to grind sand again. Oh boy. These enemies drop damp sand, which thankfully I don't need that much of in the run. This guy's cheeky and he puts slow on Hinako, so she's barely getting any ether. We're 0 for 3. Yeah.
次はどうしよう。やっ 次はど行くよそうはっ楽勝だったのです。目的地はよし決めた。スマットブロン。さあ閉まっていこう。よしやるよ。やいつでもはっ仕掛けます。じゃあここで攻め時だね。やいつでもはっよしや次もこの調子でね。負けません。よしやるよ。いつでもやります。じゃあ攻め時だね。や行きましょう。じゃあいつでもよし行くよ。次もこの調子でね。ブロン。私頑張ります。よしやるよ。そう仕掛けます。次はどうしよう。やいつでも攻め時だ。決める。次もこの調子でね。
Only need one more.
スマット。さっさと倒しちゃおう。攻め時だね。行きましょう。当たってそう攻め時だね。はっや大丈夫無理しないで。まだ戦えます。さあよし決める。次もこの調子で、ね、まだまだ高みを。
Cool. Double check. Yeah, 4. Good, an area where I don't have to chase you down. So in order to craft this telescope, I'm making a glass sheet and then an ether alloy.
何を作ろう。今日はこれの気分。はいよ。どれを一丁やりますか。できた。何を作ろう。材料は揃ってるかな。どの辺に置こうかな。
I'm going to move this right next to the school entrance. Facilities have an optional effect that you can enable. So by putting it there, I can walk to it faster. The telescope makes it so it's easier to knock down enemies. Now we can start Reina's Heartscape. This Heartscape, I'm looking for a hole punch ticket, which I just got. Good. I will use that to make the train platform later. These enemies, the loathing skeletons, can be challenging. They just spew out a whole bunch of damage.
Yes. やるよ。いつでも打てる。当たっていきましょう。
So I'm gonna Akatsuki Kokoro because she can do orange damage, which they're weak to.
休憩する。いつでも打てる。打ち抜く。よし、やるよ。いや、戦い大丈夫ですか。どうしよう。当たって。次はちょっと。いくよ。当たって。完勝です。やりました。よいしょっと。はあ。何かに使えそう。目的地はと。覚悟は決めた。
I'd like to get some colorful chalk here as well.
取っておこ
There's
う。
another cutscene that I'm trying to avoid the trigger for if I go too far left.
よいしょっと。おっおっおっ。ふう。よいしょっと。
This cutscene spins you around 180, which you have to pay attention to. Alright, so this is the exact same as the previous mini-boss, but now there's two of them. Twice the suffering. I'm actually going to try and set up a knockdown on one of them.
大丈夫？ちょっと休憩する？これが効くはず。よし、やるよ。
Fortunately, Kokoro like, didn't get a good starting spot. Okay.
一気に攻めましょう。打ち抜く。よし、行きましょう。行くよ。さあ、カゴ。いつでも吹き飛んで。よし、決める。
They got pretty good luck. They can buff their attack, and they also have an AoE attack. And they can pretty much one-shot your party member if that happens.
よいしょっと。うわ。 任せて。
Switching Reina back in the party, because we're gonna start doing infights.
そうね。よいしょっと。おっおっ。
Whenever you're on these monkey bars, they always zoom in the camera, which annoys me. Why did they do this? Just a small thing to note, this boss is actually going to do 2 attacks in a row. So if you're trying to set up a knockdown, you have to wait until after the first one finishes. Hopefully he doesn't gang up on someone. 9 HP in a dream? Alright. My good friend Dark Eye always says, HP is a resource. If you're not going down to 1 HP, what's the point of having it all? Marina can deal red damage, which is helpful against these guys to delay their attacks a little. Right, Naga ups the difficulty a little bit. He's going to open with an AoE attack that's very strong, and I can't actually survive it. So I'm going to use the Firecracker, which I crafted for that one request. And that's going to debuff its attack. It's going to go off right before the attack. It's hilarious how nice it works out. And then again, using Breeze to Mare. Continue the knockdown. Oh no. So you do have a little bit of a time limit before the knockdown recovers, and you recovered before I could hit the last barrier. It's kind of not going great. Reboot the game. Actually, I don't think I safety saved. I should have at least done it before the fortress, so it's not too bad, but we'll see where the autosave puts me. Okay.
Blue reflection.
Oh, perfect. I just want to make sure that I'm at full health. I think I did attack her too early. Here, I'll just have Yagumo and whoever's Spellier. Okay. This is one of the more challenging infights. He has a very quick attack with little warning. See, that's the really delayed attack where he swoops to the right. It's all about reacting to the fast one or not. Okay. Glad that went well. You used to have to fight bosses with that animation twice. I was really happy I could cut one of them out, because it feels bad when you miss the counter and lose a bunch of time. That completes chapter 4. I need to craft the shooting gallery, but first I need to get rainbow paint, which is a request for Yuki. I'm not getting great. Oh, here's an item. It's probably gonna be umbrella. Oh, it's wood. This is an important date. By choosing the bottom options, I get a fragment that Gives me 15 ether speed. Oh, we didn't get colorful chalk. No. Take a quick trip. Actually going to do this menu here. It's really easy to accidentally remove slots or fragments you had equipped. I want that one, and then get this, and... Oh, you want this. See how it gets through. Speed. Okay, that was a lot of stuff. I got the last Yuki talent skill that gives you 30 ether. That one went to Kokoro. And I equipped the ether speed fragment that we got from the date onto Shiho. In Chapter 5, there are a lot of enemies that can paralyze you, which just, you cannot generate ether at all, and it's awful. Shio can get rid of it, but she needs to be in Gear 3 to do so. Which is... I gave her the ether speed fragment so she can get in there in one attack. Now I'm fighting these guys. I need colorful chalk, but they also drop sharp sand. And also, because I shuffled the ether speed fragments around, Hinako can get Gear 3 in only one attack. Basically, we're slowly making our characters faster. So back to the shooting gallery. This is one of the facilities I'm required to build because it will make our next party member appear. The game's gonna start a little bit of a backtrack section. Basically, our new party member, Kirata, she's a support party member, but she's sort of in a coma, and we have to go craft some medicine to fix her. We have to go through all of the previous hardscapes and collect a fragment. I'm gonna fight these acceptors over and over again until I get 3 sharp sand.
やるよ。や。いつでもやれます。
One of the annoying things about the key item I'm trying to craft is that it requires like multiple types of sand to craft.
いつでもやれます。
So a lot of grinding goes in just for this one plot trigger.
次はどう。や。仕掛けます。やー。攻め時だ。決める。うん。次もこの調子で。まだまだ高みを目指そう。スパッと。戦闘開始だね。攻め時だね。はっ。行きましょう。いやー。いつでも。はっ。よし。行くよ。仕掛けます。当たって。どうしようかな。はっ。よし。行くよ。仕掛けます。当たって。カゴ。完勝です。やりました。行き先はどうしよう。ここにしよう。ブオン。戦闘開始だね。よし、やるよ。ふっ。そう、行きましょう。やー。攻め時だ。やー。そう、いつでもやれます。やだって。よし。やー。そう、行きましょう。よし。やー。楽勝だったのです。スマッとバンバン行くよ。よし、やるよ。ふっ。そう、仕掛けます。さあ。よし、行くよ。いつでも仕掛けます。さあ。攻め時だ。やあ。いつでも。カゴ。楽勝だったのです。目的地はと。それじゃあ行こうか。スマッと。負けません。攻め時だね。はっ。そう、仕掛けます。よっしゃー。攻め時だね。行くよ。そう、いつでもやれます。よっ、当たって。次はどうしよう。行くよ。うん、次もこの調子で。
Alright. Now I just need to get the fragment, which is a little ways in.
よいしょっと。お、そうだな。よいしょっと。
And we're just going to repeat the same thing for all these other hardscapes.
目的地はここにしよう。
Because I'm doing all this backtracking
行き先
anyway,
はどうしよう。
I also need to collect the remaining hot spring water. And currently, my party's good enough to where I can one-shot these guys. So now's a good time to grab them.
仕掛けます。
Tsuyo can start with Yaguruma, and then Kokoro over here can use Buzz and Pulse.
どうしようか。当たって。楽勝だったのです。
Need 3 more.
スマッと。私頑張ります。いつでもやれます。いやーいつでも手書き込んで。楽勝だったのです。 私頑張ります。いつでもやれます。当たって。完勝です。やりました。
Well, we got cold sand off of them. That's nice.
戦闘開始。
There will be a second wave of cool sand farming. Look forward to that.
やりました。 行き先はどうしよう。出発ですね。 取っておこう。オッケー。
Collected all the fragments. Time to craft the spirit remedy.
何を作ろう。これにしよう。はいよ。
Look at how much sand it needs.
どれを
I weep.
よし。できたー。
I'm warping to the courtyard because I want to go trade in any coins that I found for coffee. I only had one, but it will come in handy for this chapter.
キララの記憶。
Finally, we can do Kirara's Heartscape.
取っておこう。
I need a whole bunch of junk here. I need to make curry, which needs like spicy and tonic ingredients.
私
I also need bamboo. I have to know, what exactly is a gaming candle? Is it like gamer branded with multicolor RGB lighting? Also, I took a little bit of a roundabout path here because there's a cutscene trigger that I can go around near the little stage area. Now, Chapter 5 ups the difficulty a lot because pretty much every mini-boss fight can use slow or paralyze. And they sort of throw my plan into disarray in terms of battle tactics. So I have to be vigilant about if any characters get slowed. I have one trick up my sleeve. I unlocked a skill earlier for Kokoro called Spear Shot, and this lets me inflict slow on them instead. Kokoro needs to be in Gear 3 to use it first, which will take 2 attacks, but... okay. I survived 1 attack. Oh, but they did a lot of damage. Alright, this is a 60% to proc. Let's see if I get it. I did not. The funny thing about Spear Shot is it has negative 10 ether acceleration, so she's already back down to Gear 2. But we didn't get slow, so I was able to squeeze through the fight. I need to heal before the next fight, but there's a lot of these enemies that I'm going to get into fights with. One of the things with the sandwiches is they have a property HP regen, and if I use them outside of battle, they'll be applied to the next battle. But because I need to get around these enemies, I don't want to waste it on them. I want to keep it for the boss fight. So I'm going to wait to heal until then. He was also very kind to me. I'm able to cleanly knock him down and just set up for the infight. I need to make sure my attack order is right so that specifically Hinako gets in there. Her attack animations are all faster than Yaguruma, so it's a bit tricky. Unfortunate, but he's pretty close to death.
次はどうしよう。言ってやる。いつでもやるな。当たって。次は決める。言ってやる。仕掛けます。そこ当たって。ま、こんなもんでしょう。まだまだ高みを目指そう。
The third layer is filled with these really narrow hallways. That makes getting around enemies challenging. I also need to pick up some medicinal fungus. Cool. This guy's just like camping around the corner. He's a jerk. See, the tricky part is there's also these doors. Oh, is he body blocking me? Insane. But the enemies can move while you're in the animation of opening the door, which is not fun. Okay. We're gonna use that crepe on Kokoro. That gives her +5 ether speed. Now we're gonna move Kokoro back in the party. We're gonna rearrange fragments. She's going to get the +10 speed one. So this fight is not going to be kind. It's filled with 2 enemies that do a ton of damage. With both the crepe gives you 5 ether speed. She'll be able to get into gear 3 in a single attack. And I'm gonna try and pray for spear shot to proc slow on them. It did not go. Never go again. I'm already pretty low health. Hinako is dead. Not great. Oh, we missed 260s. Nope, no third time. The one nice thing about Spear Shot is it does a ton of damage. So even though I'm missing them, I still killed the first guy. Oh, I think I used the wrong skill. So there, this is the first time I've been paralyzed, and I quickly got rid of it. Okay, on the 4th Spear Shot, we got slow. That's gonna make this guy a little bit more manageable. I was able to get through it even with Hinako dead. So yeah, in pretty much all these rooms, I'm going to run away from battles in order to avoid getting owned when I open doors. There's one door in particular where... Ah, he got me. Like, you open the door and the enemy on the other side will get you. So you have to know to attack, because your attack hitbox will go through the door. Oh, he's gonna get me. It's a nice surprise after opening the door. On to the boss fight. This will be pretty standard. Like, knockdown and then in-fight, except I just have to watch out for paralysis. Oh, one thing to note, I will be using Breeze Sumer on 2 people.
やるよ。いつでもやれます。大丈夫ですか？やるよ。
Yeah.
や、攻め時ね。まだまだいけるでしょ。いつでもやれます。
Because he has so much shield HP that I can't do it with just one knockdown boost.
仕掛けます。大丈夫ですか？見せてあげる。無理しないで。どうしよう。
Oh, I didn't... forgot the second knockdown boost.
次はど。行くよ。
Yeah, that's gonna cause a problem.
まだまだいけるでしょ。体力に気をつけて。まだ戦えます。大丈夫ですか？よし、やるよ。まだ戦えます。これを使うよ。よし、やるよ。言ってやる。いけ。行くよ。カゴン。やっ。 大丈夫。無理しないで。
Yeah. I couldn't quite recover with the Reina paralysis. So you have to like reboot the game, which requires going through the title screen stuff. And because I'm almost dead anyway, I'm just gonna let him beat me up, which will spawn me in faster. Oh, I have like Tekken health regen. Okay, it went away.
無理しないで。 負けません。攻め時ね。まだまだいけるでしょ。負けます。大丈夫ですか？見せてあげる。まだまだいけるでしょ。大丈夫ですか？あまり無理しないでよ。よし、やるよ。 いや、見せてあげる。カゴン、いけ。戦います。いけ。よし、今がチャンス。当たって。次はど。決める。任せて。私が支える。そこだ。や。 大丈夫ですか？行くよ。行くよ。大丈夫ですか？決める。や。まだまだいけるでしょ。そこだ。私が支える。はっ。大丈夫ですか？行くよ。一気に仕留める。 こ
Ah, he's very low, I think.
言ってやるか。
Just gotta throw a hula hoop at him.
ま、こんなもんでしょう。これでま
So I want to do a request for Reina, but if I talk to her, she's going to tell me about all these requests that she has. So I'm going to clear all of them in text messages. And for Chapter 6, in order to get access to the Hardscape, we have to craft a whole bunch of things. Starting off, we need a water heater. Basically, our grand plan is to make the school pool into a hot spring. And then the mural. But the pool isn't even needed. Because we craft the pool, and then we get the great idea that we should craft a bamboo tree. And the bamboo tree is actually what we need.
Yep.
Now our next party member mysteriously appears out of thin air. This is our last playable character, Hiyori. And we're not done yet. We're gonna go make some curry. Oh, just barely. Enough. I think that was tonic. And now we have access to the Hardscape. Hiyori is kind of cracked. She easily has the highest attack and defense stat of everyone. Most characters only have like one element they can attack, but she gets two. She gets both green and purple, and her attacks are really good. The green one, if she kills an enemy, she just gets free ether. Like that. And then the purple one's nice because it knockbacks enemies on the timeline more than other skills do. So Hiyori is going to be our last mainstay party member along with Kokoro and Shiho. I'm going to form the party. That will probably not change much. And then shift over our fragments. You could say one downside of Hiyori is that she has slow ether acceleration, but you can just put the ether speed on her instead and she starts in gear 2. And I'm moving all of the attack fragments onto Shiho. I need to find a shining seed on this layer. Just wait till chapter 7. Cool.
私頑張ります。
That'd be funny.
どうしよう、当たって。準備よし、行きましょう。よっ、当たって。装填当たって。よし、いつでも行ける。行きましょう。どうぞ。ちょっと先だね。角を。まだ戦えます。私の出番だね。どうぞ。イエーイ。
Hiyori has a sister, so this heart tape kind of gives you a 2-in-1 package deal for party members. Unfortunately, Hiyori was the playable one instead of Mio.
出発ですね。
Alright, now that we have our good party member, it's time to get more cool sand. We can basically one-shot the common Lukes now. The plot of the anime is wildly more entertaining than any of the games.
よいしょ。仕掛けます。どうしようかな。当たって。楽勝だったのです。
Alright, I already got one. Good start. Oh, and again, I'm doubling this up with another one of Reina's requests that just so conveniently wants to kill 3 common Lukes.
いつでもやれます。装填。よっ。さあ。
Look, its strong point is not its animation budget. Yo, 2? We're on a roll.
バンバン行くよ。私の出番だね。どう。いつでもやれます。さあ。完勝です。やりました。 気合いよし、元気よし、よし、いつでもいけ。そう、いつでもやれます。さあ。完勝です。やりました。 スマッと。負けません。よし。 いつでもいけ。行きましょう。どうしさあ。完勝です。やりました。
I should also mention that these enemies, in addition to dropping cool sand, drop hand baskets, which are a very good item. Because later I will get the crafting recipe for the rattan basket, which will sort of be our all-purpose heal everyone button for the second half of the run. This is very efficient. We're getting cool sand, we're getting Reina's quest done, we're getting hand baskets.
準備よし。どう。いつでもやれます。さあ。完勝です。やりました。 戦闘開始だね。よし、いつでも行け。よいしょ。仕掛けます。いやー、いつでも。楽勝だったのです。
They're just keeping it exciting, holding the last cool sand from me.
スマッと。バンバン行くよ。私の出番だね。 いつでもはっ仕掛けます。キャー完勝です。やりました。スマッと当たって砕けろ。準備よし。えい仕掛けます。そうってか楽勝だったのです。
Cool. So we have... Oh, I need 6. That's... Yeah. Okay. Never mind. Still need one more.
どこに行こうかな。ここにしよう。何かに使えそう。
Well, it's better. It's magical girls and war crimes.
準備よし。ドーン。そういつでもやるまで。完勝です。やりました。また
Okay, let me double check how many mineral chunks I have. Ooh, we're pretty low. It's 9.
何かに使えそう。気合いよし、元気よし、勝てる。
Is there even an item spot over here? Yeah, unfortunately,
よし、決めた。
grabbing the mineral chunks isn't the fastest thing. If the game just gave me bad rolls, I kind of have to pray the item spots give me thing.
何かに使えそう。目的地はと。いざ出発。
I'm pretty sure the pebble is not a mineral chunk. Oh, it is. Okay, cool. We're set. And now we just need to clean up. I should check how many warm sand I have first. Others, we have 0. I need to go grab one real quick.
出発だね。
And we're almost done with grinding, I promise. The game can only screw me in like one place if I don't get heavy
気合
sand.
いよし、元気よし、私の出番だね。はっ。イエーイ。まだ動き足りないな。えい。私頑張ります。私の出番だね。やっ。イエーイ。まだ動き足りないな。
Freedom. Where are you? Over there. You blend in with the bookshelf. How am I supposed to tell?
星だけ。
Okay, so completing this request bumps her up all the way to talent point 1. And I don't really need to unlock any skills, but this gives me access to some cutscenes around the school.
ほどほどによろしく。
So first I have to get this cutscene out of the way. In the first floor classroom, I can go here And there'll be this short little cutscene. They'll give you a dialogue choice to pick one of the characters, and that character will get talent points. So, Reina's talent level 1 actually unlocks 2 of these. So I can give both Kokoto and Shiho talent points, basically for nothing, because I did all those requests while just farming for sand anyway. Now we can go and clear the Hirohara Sisters' Heartscape. I almost feel like they were kind of gypped. They only get 2 layers. Their story's kind of dumb. Did Uda steal one of the rooms? How did this go down? I believe it's everyone in the event's talent level. I'm not for sure, but I just know that in my route, without talent level 1, they wouldn't trigger. Okay, so we're already halfway done. This is a very large, elaborate room. We're on the skyscrapers, and there'll be these traffic switch light things. Pressing them switches these light bridges. I also want to collect 2 crystals in this layer. I already got my first. Where am I? My camera. Fortunately, this guy's like right next to the red switch, which can cause a problem. For whatever reason, you fight the same mini-boss over and over in this chapter, so it's just gonna be 2 teddy bears and a ghost again. I actually want Hiyori to finish that guy off, because she'll get the free ether. Over here is the reinforced stone recipe, which I will need in chapter 7. And then this cutscene flips you 180 again. Hit this shortcut ladder, and I'm going to warp out because it saves travel time and also heals me.
どこに行こうかな。いろんな思い出があったはず。よいしょっと。
From here, I just need to set up the bridges to go straight to the boss. So I have to hit the green and yellow switch again. That guy's like right on me. Okay, second crystal. I'm just gonna save myself some grief and...
戦闘開始だね。
not in a great spot. Now, instead of hitting the red switch, I'm going to take that shortcut ladder.
よいしょっと。
And we have a straight shot.
よいしょっと。 気合いよし、元気よし、勝てる。よいしょっと。ほっほっ。うわあ。よいしょっと。そうね。よいしょっと。
The upcoming boss fight is unlike all the other ones because there are two large enemies that I both have to knock down. Specifically, the left guy is kind of the worst because he's going to do this cracked attack that attempts to cast slow on all of my party members, and then he also recovers knockdown on the right guy. So, needless to say, I will try to beat him up first. And this will theoretically work as long as he doesn't cast slow on more than a single party member.
私の出番だね。行きましょう。いや、いつでも打てるよ。ここ。
Alright, I got lucky.
よし、今のうちに畳みかけよう。行きましょう。当たって。よし、いつでも行ける。ここ。
We're using Hiyori for this infight. Her stats are just so cracked. We don't even need the combo boosting shenanigans that Hinako has. You can just do it.
よいしょ。大丈夫ですか。いや。ここ。カゴ。ゴー。ここだ。
And I'm going to purposely do the finisher here because one, I want to preserve ether, so immediately knock down the next guy, but this will also increase my combo counter. So he's going to do his charge attack, and immediately I'm going to use her other move, Sphinta, which will knock back the enemy a lot. So I can just prevent him from even getting his charge attack off. And then, rather than doing an infight, my damage multiplier is already 7.5, so I'm just gonna wait for knockdown to recover and just cue all my attacks and he should die. Alright, we move on to Chapter 7. And before we start the Heartscape, things are gonna get a little crazy setup-wise. First, I want to take care of some requests. My goal here is to have Shio at talent level 5 before we start. So she has 2 requests. That's not crafting. She has 2 requests that involve, you know, making food. And those take little time at all. And then we're just gonna start the date gauntlet with her. So the first thing, this is a story cutscene, but it's gonna put me in the exact spot I need to trigger the second, like, dialogue choice event. This one, I'm going to select Shiho to give her more points. Oh, I need to talk to her. We're just gonna hang out with Shiho for the next, I don't know, 5 minutes. I always forget. She's usually, like, in the kitchen, but her first date is also in the workroom. I just warped to the same spot. Normally, dates are kind of a disaster in terms of speedrun routing, because a lot of times you'll, like, meet all the conditions for the date to happen, but they won't send you the text message or whatever to let you start it, and you have no idea why. Sometimes you just gotta, like, enter a Heartscape and leave again. So it's honestly a miracle I can trigger all of these without having to do anything extra. Okay. So this is done right now because after hitting talent level 4 with Siho, she gives you the recipe for the Rattan baskets. These are a very helpful healing item. They heal every party member, and you can get HP regen on them. Okay. First, I'm going to do some text messages to get requests for some facilities. Oh, and I'm going to safety save. I'm also going to sanity check that I have enough to make all the things. So, 5, 2, 1. Do I need to make claws? 2 claws. Okay. Remember, hours ago, we did that funny crafting glitch. Well, I'm going to do the exact same thing. Craft sandwiches one by one until I randomly proc the bonus. You'll hear like a sound effect that plays during the animation, if I got it. There we go. So I'm using a different unit here because I need these stone blocks to have the showpiece attribute in order to upgrade a facility later. So I need 4 reinforced stone and 9 stone blocks. This would be pretty much unfeasible if I couldn't do double crafting. And we need some wooden planks, sturdy claws, and then I'm going to use the rest of my stuff to make the rattan baskets. One thing I have to pay attention here is the recipe needs a hand basket and a textile, but a hand basket is also a textile. So I don't want to waste hand baskets in the textile slot. It's still 2.
どれにします？よし。敵はどれにこれにしよう。任せ。どれにします？一丁やりますか。でき。どれにこれ作ろう。任し。どれにどれを使う？よし。敵は何これ作ろう。任せ。どれ一丁やりますか。で何を作ろう。
I have enough sandwiches.
何を作ろうかな。
First, I am making the talisman tree.
映える配置はっと。
This is purely to give talent points for Kokoro, but it also gives you a passive 3 ether acceleration, which I'm not complaining. And this is the train platform. This is being crafted because it has a very good effect. It will give every party member 15 ether acceleration. This is one of the main reasons we use Shiho as a party member, because the train platform doesn't unlock until talent level 4. And at that point, you need to do like 50 seconds worth of a date in order to get her to talent level 5. I should mention why I care about talent level 5. So right now, with ether speed, the max I can hit is gear 3. But if you get talent level 5, suddenly gear 4 and gear 5 open up. That lets me store even more ether, and it gives me access to more powerful skills. So enable this. I'm also going to trade more coins. One of Reina's requests actually gave me 3 coins, so that's just free coffee right there. And then we're going to finally make the facility we need to advance the game, which is the sunflower bed. So this makes our last party member, Uta, appear. And we have to show her around the school. Yeah, the sunflower bed is amazing because if you enable its effect, it gives every party member 50 ether speed. All the fragments I've been working with are like 5 ether speed, 10, 15. So this just completely blows it out of the water, but it gets better. Because you can upgrade facilities, and if you upgrade it to level 3, you're not only getting 50, you're getting 100 ether speed on every character. We have ether speed for days. First need to get this cutscene out of the way. Oh no. I must have not given it the showpiece attribute. What the heck? I don't need cool sand for that, do I? I just need crystals. Okay. That's not too bad. That's not the hardscape I want. Oh, I'm gonna have to emergency make some more reinforced stone. At least I'm pretty sure that's the item I need. These enemies also drop it, so I'll just fight this out. Yeah, I haven't enabled the effect yet, but soon. Didn't get it from him. Double check. Yeah, it's reinforced. Sure, this one has trophies. Alright. So I go to enable the effect and learn a bunch of talent skills with all the points we got. Okay. So I unlocked a lot of skills for Owl. She will not be used a lot, but she will be used for about 2 fights. And one of them is the final boss, so I want to make sure she's got every advantage she can get. Most of the skills I learned were stuff that increased stats, like attack, defense, HP. I gave an ether speed fragment to Owl because... Okay, so they start with 130, and if everyone gets 100, that's 230. The max you can enter a battle with is 250, which Owl is 20 short. So Hiyori has the same problem. She has the bigger ether speed fragment, and then Owl gets the smaller one, so she'll only have 240 speed. It's not that big of a deal. And then I just gave attack fragments to Kokoro and Shiho. Oh, and I got another fragment from the train platform date that increases your damage during infights. There will be a couple of them, so that just helps out. Big equip session, I know. But I'm not even kidding, our party is set for like the next 2 hours of gameplay. We're gonna get a little bit of talent points after this chapter, and then we'll be done. This is Uda's Heartscape. It's really scripted. There's like so many cutscene triggers you gotta hit, and you gotta run all over the place. It's ridiculous. I'm making use of the warp back to school because there's a lot of parts where you have to backtrack. Alright, so I'm gonna come up on a mini-boss fight. Key thing to note is that Shiho can now start the battle at Gear 4. But it's kind of a weird quirk. So everyone can hit 250 speed, but once you hit talent level 5, you can go above 250, while the others are locked at it still. In this fight, I will be using purple attacks on Hiyori and Shiho. And because they're both use melee attacks, I want to reduce the travel time, so they're both going to queue up 2 attacks. Kokoro, on the other hand, is going to try and slow them down with Spear Shot because these guys do a lot of damage. So yeah, now we're rooming, everyone's starting Gear 3. Oh, she got owned. I was a little too late. I believe in Hiyori. Also, I've crafted pretty much everything I need to in the game, so I don't have to pick up item spots either. We just gotta run through all the plot triggers and get to the boss. Oh, you got me. Now that our party has more ether speed than we know what to do with, our strategy is going to change a little. Previously, I racked up a lot of damage by knocking down the enemy, going into an infight, and getting a large combo. But I can do so many attacks now that I don't even need the infight to build combo. I can just have people attack, you know, 3 attacks at a time. And when you're using multiple party members, your damage multiplier, it's basically being multiplied by 3, because 3 different attacks. So even if you're not getting 10x, like a 5x multiplier is still 15x. So what I'm going to do here is we're going to queue a whole bunch of attacks that will knock this guy down, and it will barely just leave 1 barrier up, because I don't want to start the infight. And then we're going to leave him until he recovers from knockdown, and we're going to queue all our attacks again. One thing I should note, I'm using Sparkle Ball to give the enemy weakness to orange damage.
行きましょう。想定よし。
Or I think he was resistant to it, so now he's just neutral. Sometimes that happens. Pokoro actually loses access to Falcon Shot in Gear 3, so I need to make sure that they're not resistant to orange.
やったね。どこに行こうかな。私は何者なのか。よいしょっと。
Here I can maneuver so that I don't hit that cutscene trigger. I like run straight down after I get off the zip line. There's a branched path here, and you may think this path looks kind of out of the way and slow. We gotta climb across this rope. But the problem is on the other side, there's a boss blocking the ladder and you can't get around him. We actually have to go through this map multiple times. So it would be fast to kill him, but the problem is he respawns when you leave. So it's completely not worth it.
そうだな。
Coming up to the boss fight. I hate this guy's name. He's called the one who came from nothing, and his name is so long it doesn't fit on my splits. So here I'm having Siho Q4 attacks. Is one of the advantages of having extra gear. Oh, I didn't wait after the... Whoops. So yeah, unfortunately he recharged his shield health because I didn't delay my attack. I can set up the knockdown again. I just need to heal. Okay. I don't think I got enough knockback from Hiyori's attack, so I guess I'll just finish this off with the infight. So, when enemies initiate these infights, they're kind of challenging. Their attacks are so frequent, you can't use counter repeatedly because there's a cooldown, so I have to switch between dodge and counter. I should be able to finish him. A lot of very small things you have to go perfectly right, or you don't get the knockdown. Alright, so at the end of Chapter 7, you get this sequence of cutscenes, and it ends with you getting a choice to pick one of your party members to see a special cutscene with them. This is important because it also gives you 20 talent points. In addition to Shiho getting talent level 5, I also want Kokoro to hit talent level 5, and she's currently at 50. This will jump her up to 70, and she'll hit it. It also gives us a fragment to boost attack. Oh, I needed to talk to you.
そうだな。
So just getting one extra skill that I can grab now. Defense effect up plus 10. And then put on that fragment she got. And we're basically set up for the next hour, 2 hours of gameplay. I'm gonna be honest, the battle system is completely solved at this point. I don't have much to commentate. The run's just gonna get pretty comfy. This game is surprisingly filled with good parts. So now Kokoro can also start at Gear 4. Oh, I got really bad to hit both AoE attacks. Yeah, this is the chapter where you get the new battle theme. It's a banger. The run turns into a little bit of a masher's game here because I have to queue so many attacks. The circle button gets a lot of use.
よしいつでも行けるはっはっよし今のうちに畳みかけようそうてよしいつでもやれます準備よし
Another thing I should mention, in Gear 4, Kokoro's Sparkle Ball gets upgraded. In addition to giving orange weakness, it also gives purple weakness, which synergizes really well with Shio and Hiyori because they both have purple damage attacks. Wait, how did I get the knockdown? It's actually faster to just leave and wail on him.
いつでも行けここどうしようかけますさあ楽勝だったのですこれ
In this room, there are going to be these 5 stars, and each of them has an enemy guarding them. I have to do all these fights kind of back to back, and healing between fights becomes an issue.
負けませんいつでも当たっていつでもやれます私の出番だねそうして当たって行きましょう私の出番だねゴー大勝利やったね
Particularly scary are these fights that have the double... what are they called? Loathing bones? No, apathy bones. Because, like that one boss fight before, they can just do the AoE attack multiple times and destroy your party. He did so much damage, I'm going to leave and re-enter. This is the one time where it's like makes sense to do it because I have to backtrack to the left a little bit. But because health is such a problem, I'm actually going to swap Reina in temporarily. One of Reina's talent skills unlocks Epo Comp for her, which is a skill. It costs 2,000 EP, unfortunately, but it heals Reina for the damage she deals, which lets her sustain herself way longer than Kokoro can. Also, these enemies are weak to red damage anyway.
いつでもやれます。攻め時。私の出番だね。行きましょう。
I actually want to kill the apathy bones first.
大丈夫？気をつけて。
Yeah. Unfortunate.
いつでも行ける。ここ見せてあげる。チャンス。攻めるよ。お願いします。私に任せて。私の出番だね。見せてあげる。ドーン。行ってやる。行け。私の出番だね。ここ。大勝利。やったね。ありがとうございます。助かります。
Yeah, the run's going good.
当たって砕けろ。俺、砕けちゃダメか。攻め時に行け。私の出番だね。行きましょう。ここ。行ってやる。行け。よし。いつでも勢い勝負。仕掛けます。やー。見せてあげる。仕掛けます。準備よし。当たって。よいしょ。攻め時ね。せーの。 行きましょう。私の出番だね。当たってやる。行け。よいしょ。
He has a pixel of health.
行きましょう。
I hate to see it.
完勝です。やりました。
Did you bring up Maelstrom? I guess I should talk about my previous route where I did build around Maelstrom. It took a lot of prep because you need to get Reina 50 ether acceleration so that she can chain Maelstrom to unlock the final boss, which took a lot of setup. And I also had to get Reina to talent level 5, so that's even more day cutscenes.
行きましょう。
Ooh. Yeah, you see, this is exactly what I don't want to happen. They did let AoE attack 3 times in a row. And if she has no health, she's just gonna die. Okay. Whew. I'm gonna have to heal. It definitely took me like routing the whole speedrun to realize it was kind of overkill. The main thing was me figuring out how to beat the final boss without it, and that took some time. After completing all these fights, we create the constellation and unlock the boss fight. I'm going to use the curry here. It gives you like 62 attack. It's insane. But Fiori needs to hit like these ads around the next boss, and she can do it in one hit, but it relies on a damage roll. By giving her the curry, it's no longer a damage roll problem. So to start with, Hiyori's just gonna baseball swing both these guys. They're very annoying because if you knock down the enemy, they will recover the knockdown status effect, and just all of your hard work goes to waste. And then we're gonna build up ether.
私の出番だね。
So by hitting Sparkle Ball, they're weak to purple damage. And then when Spinta hits an enemy that's weak to purple, they get knocked back more. So I'm able to get the knockdown when normally he's moving really fast. Oh. There's an annoying bug where you have to like retarget the boss after the ad recovers, and I forgot to do that. We'll see if I'm able to get the second knockdown, but I have a 5x multiplier, so he should be dead pretty soon. Yeah. Wow, what the heck? I need to watch these cutscenes with all the party members in various parts of the school. I'm gonna go to the docks, then warp to the pool, and then the roof. Oh, I didn't go to the classroom. For this hardscape, we need to craft the teddy bear, which is actually Lime's weapon from Blue Reflection 1. When I first played this, there was like a bug and the teddy bear wouldn't show up. And I think I had to reboot the game or something. It's definitely 5 minutes of messing around. In this hardscape, there are 4 sub-areas, and you can do them in any order. I don't really know if one's faster than the other. And then the last thing I need to pick up is some machinery used to craft the final thing. I'll just grab another one to be safe, and I should be done picking up items for like ever. He didn't even render on my screen. How could I dodge him?
疲れた。手強そう。いつでも撃てるよ。行きましょう。準備よし。早く撃ち抜く。撃ち抜く。チャンスです。一気に詰めましょう。覚悟を。私の出番だね。仕掛けます。ここどうせ当たってやっ当たって今が攻め時だよ。楽勝だったのです。行き先はどうしよう。行こう。ズバッと戦闘開始だね。ズバッと気合いよし元気よし勝てる。負けません。強そうだけどみんなとなら。どうしようかな。よし、いつでもいける。いつでもやります。どう吹き飛んでよいしょ。吹き飛んでよいしょ。チャンスです。一気に詰めましょう。よし、いつでもいける。あ、いつでも撃てるよ。当たってかけます。キャーイ当たってキャーイ撃ち抜く。当たってチャンスです。一気に詰めましょう。完勝です。やりました。どこに行こうかな。行こう。戦闘 先はどうしよう。ちょっと恥ずかしいな。みんなのために頑張る。
This last raid is gonna play out a little bit differently because his AI is set to initiate an infight, like the very first attack. I'm putting Ao in the center slot there because that's who he picks the infight with, and Ao has the really fast attack animations, which makes her good for those enemy initiated ones where you don't get a lot of time.
そうね。
This guy is really hard to do counters on, so here we go.
手強そう。切った。くらえ。
So I'm switching between counter and dodge, like before. Ah, didn't react fast enough to the fast one.
元気なお裾分け。切った。見える。
If you can get the finisher off, it does a good chunk of his health, and you can
もっといけるよね。
beat him without extra attacks.
行きましょう。いつでも行ける。どうしようかな。吹き飛んで当たって。どうぞいつでも行ける。さあ、打ち抜く。行きましょう。いつでも吹き飛んで。いつでも行ける。チャンス。
Oh, I got the knockdown.
畳みかけるよ。想定打ち抜く。どういうこと？いつでもやれます。さあ、元気なお裾分け。完勝です。やりました。
Health should be fine.
サポートするよ。そうだ。強そうだけど、みんなとなら。
I'm gonna wait for this.
どうしようかな。準備よし。行きましょう。よっよっよー。打ち抜く。当たって。吹き飛んで。チャンスです。一気に詰めましょう。想定よし。当たっていきましょう。準備よし。キャー。えい。キャー。吹き飛んだ。打ち抜く。加護。どうしようかな。吹き飛んでます。私の出番だね。さあ。 完勝です。やりました。 みんな
Sio's just built different.
的地は出発
Chapter 10 is a little weird. Basically, they just want to like clean up all these plot threads before we go to the final dungeon. And then involves revisiting all the heartscapes. But I also have to run through Owl's heartscape, which has no enemies. So I get to enjoy a banger though.
その よし目的地はと出発ですね
So Udo's Heartscape was kind of weird. We didn't exactly clear it last time. The characters decided to not because the world was like unstable or something. But now they're gonna make me run through all 3 layers of it again and then give me a 4th layer.
気合いよし元気よし勝てる
So you're gonna enjoy Udo's Heartscape and you're gonna like it.
Utaさんそうですねよいしょっとふむふむよいしょっとよいしょっと
I'm gonna safety save because it literally takes minutes to run through here again. So this boss fight has ads, but the problem is they have 500 HP each, and I can't kill them quickly. So instead, we're going to set up a knockdown and infight really fast before the ads have time to recover the knockdown. So I'm going to build Ether and wait for both ads to take their turn. Might get dicey. Oh, I didn't get... Here, we'll just have Hiyori initiate. Normally I'd want Shiho. Hiyori can manage. I actually did one extra attack, and I won't get to finish her. I can kind of just bully him, because if you give him like purple weakness, you can keep knocking him back. We'll play it a little bit close. He's still not there? Oh my god. You did not get hit. A lot easier if you actually get the finisher and then fight. Right now, all the characters are trying to organize a surprise party, and Kokoro is distracting us. And I need to talk to all these groups of people in order to progress. Hey, there you go.
れじゃあ
Now we get to the big padding section of the game.
それじゃあ
I need to go through the final layer of every Heartscape and refight the boss.
負けませんやれるだけ頑張ってみるよいしょっとブンさあ閉まっていこうよいしょっとブンさあ閉まっていこうよいしょっと強そうだけどみんなとならどうしようかな準備よしよいしょ攻め時だねドーンや行くよいつでも撃てるよ決めるよし今がチャンスいつでも撃てるよ吹き飛んで準備よし覚悟攻め時だね決める任せてやっ甘い行くよ決める行くよ覚悟甘い行くよはっ行くよいけるよね遅いよはっもっといけるよね元気のお裾分けこの力でそうねよし準備よし次はどうしようやー打ち抜くやー次もこの調子でね
Yes, from what I can tell, they seem to be missing an animation if you exit an infight without doing the finisher, but it only happens if you do it with Hinako. I don't really understand. But I can sort of reason why, because normally you can't do infights on that boss. You don't unlock them until chapter 2, and also you don't even have Hinako in your party, so they might not have tested it thoroughly.
私で大丈夫でしょうか疲れた 強そうだけどみんなとなら。私の出番だね。えい、どうしようかな。打ち抜かせます。さあ、よいしょ。打ち抜く。キャーよー。吹き飛んでチャンスです。一気にさあカゴよし、いつでもいける。いつでも打てる。打ち抜く。さあ打てる。当たって当てる。今が攻め時だよ。キャー吹き飛んでカゴ準備よし。想定当たって。いつでもやります。ゴー。さあ打ち抜く。当たって大勝利。やったね。目的地はと、いざ出発。めっちゃ強そうじゃない？ちょっと行きましょう。大丈夫ですか？想定よしよし、いつでも行ける。えい、いつでもやります。さあよいしょ、打ち抜く。さあよいしょ、今が攻め時だよ。カゴ準備よし。いつでも打てるよ。吹き飛んで。いつでもやります。えい。さあ当たって。よいしょ、当たって。吹き飛んで。当たって。カゴ完勝です。やりました。どこに行こうかな。ここにしよう。 強そうだけどみんなとなら。想定よし、準備よし。どうかな。打ち出る。よいしょ、当たって。どう当たって。チャンスです。一気に詰めましょう。準備よし。よいしょ。いつでも打てるよ。当たっていきましょう。時飛んで。時飛んで当たって。準備よし。ドーン。大勝利。やったね。どこに行こうかな。
さあ行こう。
スマッとスマッと。私頑張ります。えいブオン。えい当たって砕けろ。おり砕けちゃダメか。ブオン当たって砕けろ。おり砕けちゃダメか。手強そう。いつでもやります。大丈夫ですか。私の出番だね。いやどうしようかな。いや吹き飛んで仕掛けます。当たって当たって。チャンスです。一気に詰めます。当たって。準備よし。はっいつでも打てるよ。吹き飛んで。はっ吹き飛んで。いつでもやります。はっ当たって打ち抜く。波動打ち抜く。チャンスです。一気に進めましょう。よしいつでもいける。打ち抜く。大勝利。やったね。目的地は出発ですね。よいしょっと。よいしょっと。よいしょっと。 よいしょっと。ひよりちゃん。よいしょ。そうだね。よいしょっと。おっおっおっおっ。
These guys are still just as awful as the first time you fought them. Hopefully I can knock down the left guy before he casts slow on anyone.
負けません。仕掛けます。想定。よし、打ち抜け。よし、いつでもいける。
Okay, got lucky.
一気に攻めましょう。いつでもやれます。想定。打ち抜け。さあ、準備よし。ここは任せて。ここ。ここだ。やっ。よいしょ。やっ。よいしょ。ドーン。角。はっ。ここ。大丈夫ですか？ここだ。はっ。よいしょ。角。どうしよう。当たって。いつでもやれます。私の出番だね。当たって。どうしよう。吹き飛んで。仕掛けます。これを使うよ。よし、いつでもいける。よいしょ。いつでもやれます。よいしょ。さあ、任せるね。私に任せて。よし、いつでもいける。私の番。
Yeah, I'm just gonna juggle him because he keeps doing these charge attacks that can kill my party.
一気に畳み
Oh, we
か
actually
けよ
knocked him down.
よし、いつでもいける。どういうこと？ドーン。行きましょう。よいしょ。お帰らせ。さあ。さあ。チャンスです。一気に攻めましょう。準備よし。私の出番だね。行きましょう。私の大丈夫。やったね。行き先はどうしよう。行きましょう。
Thank you.
どこに行こうかな。出発なのです。めっちゃ強そうじゃない。よし、いつでも行ける。ここ今が攻め時だよ。はい。どうしようかな。えい、当たって。仕掛けます。準備よし。打ち抜く。打ち抜く。今が攻め時だよ。当たって。準備よし。どうしようかな。当たって。ドーン。打ち抜け。打ち抜く。角を抜きましょう。完勝です。やりました。どこに行こうかな。ここにしよう。
All I had to do was hit D-pad right once. I went twice.
目的地はと。ちょっと恥ずかしいな。強そうだけどみんなとなら。いつでも打てるよ。私の出番だね。いつでもやれます。よっ、当たって当たって。よー、当たって当たって。よいしょ。角を。今が攻め時だよ。どうしようかな。打ち抜く。私の出番だね。仕掛けます。どうぞ。当たって。よいしょ。どうぞ。角を。今が攻め時だよ。よし、当たって。いつでもやるの。ここ。
Alright. Boss rush done. Now we can go craft the final item that I need, which is the origin gates.
どれにしようか。材料は足りてるかな。はい。どれに。よし。
And this gives me access to the final dungeon of the game, Origin Route.
できた。
Yeah, we're not done running around. Welcome to TikTok Clock. This is a very large room. A lot of stuff to do. There's a little puzzle with these gears. I want to rotate the center 3 times in order to get a bridge to line up so I can cross over. Scattered over this large room are lots of terminals. I think there's like 9. I need to activate all of them.
戦闘開始だね。
This was sort of interesting to route because it's not split up into several rooms, and I had to figure out which spots it was worth to warp back to the school and re-enter versus just walking around. There are also mini-bosses, and I need to consider like healing as well.
よいしょっと。せーの。よいしょっと。私だって負けません。どうしようかな。私の出番だね。えい、よいしょ。チャンスです。一気に詰めちゃう。カゴ
The never-ending boss rush.
私の出番だね。いつでも打てるよ。よいしょ。仕掛けます。えい、当たって。よいしょ。チャンスです。一気に詰めちゃう。カゴ完勝です。やりました。行き先はどうしよう。
Oh, so the funny thing is you don't access the origin gate through the normal menu. You have to go to the roof, which I always forget. having a group workout session lifting this pillar.
よいしょっと。鳥になったみたい。
Oh, he's corner camped me. Can be a struggle to get through that wall where the gear meshes. And the dude was chasing me, so I was a little scared. Oh, he's blocking the stairs.
バンバン行くよ。
It is absolutely in no way fast to go through that crawl space twice. Origin route is where the Raton baskets really come in handy, because warping back just to heal would not save time. Yeah, I definitely had to break out live split and just time a bunch of movement.
鳥になったみたい。鳥になったみたい。よいしょっと。よいしょっと。よいしょっと。私だって負けません。いつでも打てるよ。えい、準備よし。行きましょう。よいしょ。当たって。よいしょ。
Having slow is kind of annoying.
今のうちに叩きよいしょ。角を。いつでも打てるよ。準備よし。ドーン。仕掛けます。突き止め。当たって。当たって。完勝です。やりました。
Oh, everyone's at full health because of the regen. Alright, this is the final terminal. And then we fight the Guardian over here, and we're on to the final room of the game. One of the weirdest parts of the game is there's this staircase with a bunch of junk on it. You can go out of your way and craft like a basketball, and then you throw the basketball at the junk and it just blows it all up. And all that work is just so you get a slightly more direct path to the final boss.
よいしょっと。
I didn't heal. I could have someone use Raton Baskin just for it.
私だって負けません。いつでもやれます。これを使うよ。どうしようかな。準備よし。よいしょ。当たって。よいしょ。仕掛けます。吹き飛んで。ドーン。当たって。チャンスです。一気に詰めます。当たって。角を。どうしようかな。打ち抜く。準備よし。
Yeah, I appreciate the advice way back when I was first routing this game. I didn't know the basket tech.
角を。いつでも打てるよ。準備よし。行きましょう。さあ、今が攻め時だよ。打ち抜く。よし。いつでもえい。大勝利。やったね。
Okay, so I've been smashing through every single boss for like the past hour. You're wondering, why is your kit so insane? It's completely overkill. Well, let me introduce you to the final boss. We have 4 consecutive rounds of enemies. The first 2 are pretty straightforward, but then things start getting a little sketchy on the 3rd phase. He opens up with a charge attack that does a ton of damage, debuffs you, and it's a complete fight for your life. I'm actually going to swap in
みんなのために
Owl
頑張れ。
and then heal.
悪いね。
One last save. Pretty much every enemy in this final boss can cast Slow or Paralyze. Okay, I got lucky.
油断しないで。これを。きっと
Wait, he's gonna do a second attack before I can start the knockdown.
こんな形だからこそ何をしてくるかわかりません。
Okay,
気をつけて。
there. So let me Akipono.
大丈夫ですか。いつでも打てるよ。仕掛けます。よし、私の番。
So I just have to keep on top of getting rid of status ailments.
一気に畳みかけるよ。
You don't heal between phases, but because all my healing items give HP regen, they will eventually full heal me, so that kind of takes care of it.
同点。よし、当たって。でもいける。よし。当たって。仕掛けます。でい。 きましょう。当たって。
Phase 1 down. Now we get the really good final boss music. As far as I know, there is no barrel in this game. I need to make sure not to do too many attacks or I'm gonna start the infight, which is bad. Because it will, if I leave the infight, it will just automatically like recover from knockdown and I won't be able to build up more ether. Oh yeah, I haven't played that. Okay, phase 3. So like I said, he's gonna do the charge attack that will heck me up. The reason why we brought Ao in is because you remember at the very beginning of the game, she has a skill that reduces the damage I take from these and also grants combo guard. So I will open with that. And as far as I can tell, it's like not possible to knock this guy down. So my strategy for this fight is instead to just slow him down as much as possible, knocking him back on the timeline, and build up a combo multiplier until he's dead. I'm also trying to use as many like support items as I can. Oh jeez. Just be safe. That is really cutting it close. It's like impossible to revive people in this game, so if Ao died, that would not be good. At least with my current team comp, I don't have any way to revive. I think her heal skill actually does more. And here's where the coffee I got for Evergo comes in handy. Oh no. Okay. This might be hecked. He got like 3 slows off and I couldn't. Because I need the combo guard to survive. That is very unfortunate.
Blue reflection.
Yeah, there's like a item you can craft. And I think there's an effect where it's like if you die, you just survive with 1 HP. But I have to do enough crafting in this route. I didn't want to add any more.
私たちの意地を見せてやろう。こんな箱みたいなのに負けるわけにはいけないもんね。油断しないで。これをきっと一筋縄じゃいかない。いつでも撃てるよ。こんな形だからこそ私の何をしてくるかわかりません。気をつけて。吹き飛べ。今が攻め時だよ。さあ。私の元元気なオストーガーいつでも撃てるよ。当たっていつでもやれます。撃ち抜く。当たって撃ち抜く。当たって当たって。チャンスです。一気に攻めましょう。そうて当たってやん。めっちゃ強そうじゃない？これをどうしようかな。吹き飛んで。よし、私の番。せい。撃ち抜く。撃ち抜く。行きましょう。さあ。これをチャンスです。一気に攻めましょう。元気なオストーゲー。いつでも撃てるよ。当たって当たって吹き飛んで。かけます。吹き飛んで。チャンスです。一気に攻めましょう。いつでもいける。そうて吹き飛んで。行きましょう。当たってせい。当たって元気なオストーゲー。負けません。よし、カゴン。これを仕掛けます。いつでもそうて。よし。どう動こう。さあ当たっていける。せい。当たってせい。どうしようかな。仕掛けます。そうて撃ち抜く。私の番。どう撃ち抜く。せい。当たってこれを元気なオストーゲー。
Alright, he's gonna randomly pick one of my parties for the infight. I'm hoping for not Kokoro. Perfect. Paul is really good because she has the fast attack animations.
もっといけるよね。
And like the other enemy-initiated infights, I'm switching between counter and dodge because of the cooldown timers.
いけるよね。死神に祝福を、弱き者に覚悟を。この鎌で全てを刈り取る。いつでもやれます。どうし当たって。どうぞ。行きましょう。当たって。
I think I'm just... Okay, charge attack's fine. I need to be pretty much at full health for phase 4, because again, he's going to open up with a charge attack, and I don't want any of my party members to die. This phase is insane. He's just really souped up. He moves incredibly quickly. But I need to hold out because my support characters in the backline are going to give me these like golden buff skills that last forever. And the first one is going to be Yuki's, which is HP regen. So combo guard and you sandwiched. These are what the rattan baskets are for, just making sure that I don't die. Alright, here's the Yuki buff coming in. It's still not like completely free, but I don't have to micromanage my HP so much. I'm pretty, yeah, she's frozen, right? I'm just trying to build up my combo to deal damage and also bouncing him back to delay his turns so I don't have to heal as much. Here, I want to make sure that I'm not attacking him because combo guard doesn't last forever. And if I knock him back too much, combo guard will run out. And I'm trying to just repeatedly cast Sparkle Ball over because I don't want the buff to run out. We're very close to 10x, which is the cap on damage multiplier, so we should be done pretty soon. Gotta mash the support item before it triggers. think he has 4,500. He's done. Woo! Why is this game so hard? Okay, so then the last thing is that there's the roof. You can like talk to any one of your party members. Hinako is closest.
そうだな。
And then it just skips some cutscenes, and the credits will start, and the screen will turn white, and that's when the run ends. Hooray! This is an interesting game to show off. I'm glad I had an opportunity to do so. Thank you to Angela for running the stream and all the stuff behind the scenes.